friends. Welcome to What's Up Wednesday. I'm Kat, for anyone who is new to my channel. And if you are watching on replay or this is your first time, welcome to What's Up Wednesday, where we just hang out for a couple of hours. We read, we are productive, you could be a couch potato if you would like to. It's whatever you feel like doing for a couple of hours on a Wednesday afternoon into the evening to get us over the hump of the week. So we're kind of like in the middle, of the week, depending on how you calculate the week. Anyway, I have not been here for a hot minute because last week I was on vacation. And I'm back now and ready to get some reading done. I have a couple of chores I have to do this evening, but I've missed y'all and want to know what y'all are going to be doing today. What are y'all's plans going to be for our sprints? For myself, I am actually starting 2 new books because about 2 hours ago, I think, I finished Chain Gang All-Stars. This is my book club pick for the Bookworm Book Club that I run with my fantastic friend Alex at Frank Fiction. We actually have a book club meeting tomorrow to discuss Chain Gang All-Stars, but I finished it today and I'm looking forward to discussing it with Alex and all of our friends that happen to read it along with us. So that is tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Pacific Time, and on my channel. This month, it's going to be on my channel. We take turns, for anyone that does not know. So I finished that, and now I get to start Desert Heat by J.A. Jans. This is by the same author who writes the J.P. Beaumont books. I am reading this along with my Beaumont crew, and that consists of Stormy at Storm Reads, and Carmen, and Michelle, and Esther Jane. Yes, we have been reading the Beaumont books, and now we have to switch gears and read about Joanna Brady because the character, Joanna Brady, is going to meet J.P. Beaumont. Okay, so we have to start with this book now, and then we're going to take turns until we get to the book that's going to combine the 2 detectives together. I believe it's book 10 for Joanna Brady and book 16. I think it might be 16 for Beaumont. But this one, it says, Andy Brady was an honest lawman, a good husband, and a candidate for sheriff of Cochise County until a bullet abruptly destroyed his future. And now the police brass are claiming he was a maverick whose involvement in drug running drove him to suicide. But Andy's strong-willed wife, Joanna, knows a cover-up when she hears one and murder when she sees it. And she is relentlessly determined to clear her husband's name, but her obsessive hunt for a killer threatens to place both Joanna and her 9-year-old daughter, Jenny, in serious jeopardy. Because in the desert, the truth can be more lethal than a rattlesnake's bite. So I am curious to see if we're going to like Joanna Brady as much as we like J.P. Beaumont. We read a Beaumont book earlier in the month, and now we're on this adventure together. So very excited. Love our little group that's reading these stories together. And then the other book is a middle grade book, and it's called The Art of the Swap. This is actually a historical fiction / mystery / fantasy. It's by Christine Aslan and Jen Malone. I've not read anything by either one of these authors. So this one is about 2 girls, 2 centuries, 1 giant mystery. Hannah Jordan lives in a museum, sort of. Her dad is the caretaker for a mansion turned museum called the Elms. Hannah loves the stories of the Elms' original occupants, especially Maggie Dunlap, the tween heiress and subject of a painting that went missing during an art heist in 1905. But when a mysterious mirror allows Hannah and Maggie to switch places in time, Hannah is suddenly racing to stop the heist from happening, while Maggie is introduced to iPhone soccer, which girls can play, and the best invention of all, sweatpants. And as the hours tick off until the art heist, something's not adding up. Can the girls work together across time to set things right, or will their swap become permanent? But I really like the cover. And I'm almost positive I had picked this book up at one of the book fairs, scholastic book fairs that my friend has at her school a couple of years ago. So I'm so excited that I'm finally going to be able to read it. So this is on my agenda for tonight. So let's take a look at who is here and what y'all got going. Robin popped in before I even hopped on Sprints and said, hi, I won't be on when you start, but I'm reading Harry Potter 2, which I'm hoping that you are enjoying it. I'm not sure, Robin, if this is your first time reading Harry Potter or if you're revisiting it. And then Travis came in and he is not doing too good, y'all. His new meds are making him feel extremely tired and depression is hitting him very hard. And life is just coming at him all at one time. If anyone doesn't know, Travis is in school. He works as an environmental scientist full-time. So lots going on in his life. So yeah, we need to send some positive vibes his way. He is heading to the store to do a grocery pickup after work and then home to eat dinner and relax. And hopefully we'll be able to brighten his day a bit. I hope so. But he does have some good news. So I'm glad he is ending his message with some good news. He passed his first semester with a 99 and a 94. That is amazing. 2 A's for our sweet Travis, who is doing so well in school. That's Bailey. She's trying to get in here. Tootie also. I now have 2 partners who like to come and hang out with me in my room on Sprints. And then Travis also said he's excited to do Mad Libs, as always. I'm taking a little break from reading, probably start until the start of July, and we'll be playing a game while I talk with y'all. That sounds fun. Sometimes you do need a little bit of a break from reading. Nothing wrong with that. And hello, Kaylin, my sweet Kaylin. And Kaylin's sending you hugs, Travis. And thanks to Kaylin, all aspects of my life right now are just hitting hard. I feel like I can't breathe, and the heat here is not helping. Yes, it is rather hot here in Louisiana as well. I think the heat is affecting a lot of people across the states. And hello, ED. Happy Wednesday to you. Finishing my lunch break at work. Hopefully you guys will still be here after I'm freed. I hope so. I hope you don't have to stay there much longer. And hello, Heidi. I was bitten by a vampire bug reading Suicide Motor Club and Necroscope. I have the Necroscope series, at least some of the books in the Necroscope series. I have not read them. I've had them. Let's see. I will be in my house 26 years in July. I brought those books from my old house. So I've had them at least 30 years. And I have not ever read them. They're pretty chunky. I like the title of the reading. I like the title of the Suicide Motor Club. That sounds interesting. Hello, Alicia. Just join in. I'm in the middle of reading 4 books today, but about to start dinner soon. Nacho beef bake. I was about to say beef bake or tacos. I have to double check the ingredient. Sounds good though. I mean, it's like Taco Tuesday on a Wednesday. I'm having a baked potato for my dinner. My husband made one for me Monday night. I was planning on eating it yesterday, but my husband got in town, was able to make it to town. And so I met him and we went to Cracker Barrel. That's what we did last night. And Kaylin said, I understand that, Travis. I'm not a stranger to depression and just feeling awful. Hope tonight and company of good people help you. Yes, I hope so. I wish I could give you a big hug. And I'm truly sorry that you're not feeling well. Be easy and patient with yourself. That's great advice, Anne. And yeah, it's hitting hard, but I also just started an additional depression med, and it honestly could be a side effect from it. So I'm giving it a week and seeing how I feel. Yeah, it could be a problem with your medication too, especially if I don't know how fast those type of medications usually work. If it's like an instant, I do know for my mom, she suffered from dementia, and they did put her on Lexapro and Seroquel initially. The Seroquel just made her really, really tired, but the Lexapro did help her, with the agitation and everything. So, and then she switched to another medication that started with an R that was actually better. It wasn't, didn't make her as sleepy on it. But unfortunately, it's not like my mom really could express how she was feeling. We just could monitor her, like her moods, but like she couldn't ever really tell us, like articulate it. Love these midweek sprints. I'll be reading The Devils and plan to play pickleball later. I love that you play pickleball. I need to know, Eleanor, because my husband and I, when we were at dinner, we were talking about pickleball. I don't know how it came up in the conversation, but do you have to run a lot for pickleball? Because is it like tennis where you like running a lot? Because it sounds like it's fun just from the way people describe it, but I don't think anybody's ever mentioned if you have to run a lot. Like, like racquetball, you have to run a lot. Tennis, you have to run a lot. Just curious. And then Alicia sending Travis some hugs. And my boss also gave us a deadline of the 25th to do a project, and I hadn't done it on the 15th. And I hadn't done it on the 15th. And she audited me saying I haven't done it yet. Then wrote that on my mid-appraisal and said needs to work on time management, which is laughable. It takes her 3 months to respond to my emails. Yeah, well, that's her way to deflect off of herself, Travis, unfortunately. And congrats to Travis for his good grades. Yes, that is amazing. Not that I had any doubt that you wouldn't do well, because you're really passionate about what you're going to school for. So I think that really does help. And Robin said, I'll probably be around 6 to 6:30 area. Awesome. And now that you love Lonesome Dove, I hope chunky books will be less scary. I'm not afraid of chunky books, Heidi. It's just I don't generally make the time for them, just because I have so many other books to read that I don't know if I want to invest the time in a really large book unless I have the time. And the summer is the time for me to, read some bigger books. I already have my cart. I think I have like 5 books on there that are all 400 plus pages because I'm participating in Big Book Summer. So I used to read chunky books all the time. It's just, I have a bunch of other books I want to read, and I'm participating in buddy reads and my book club stuff. So I've got to be able to have time to read that. But with that being said, like with Lonesome Dove, I had a schedule and I started on day 1. It also helped that I got the audiobook for Lonesome Dove. At first, I started with my eyeballs. I'm not sure if I would have been able to finish it in June. It may have carried over because I just don't. I couldn't have devoted all my time to Lonesome Dove reading it. I would have had to literally divide my pages to read it if I had to read with my eyeballs because I had other commitments. But yeah, it's not that I'm scared of them. It's just I have so many other things that I'm reading at the same time. I would love for you to read Daughter of the Empire and Baduka Dream and the Eagle, 2 of my favorite books. Yeah. It's like I said, I have a bunch that I've already committed to. Just don't even know. Just so much. So much and not enough time in the day. But I love Lonesome Dove. And I'll be honest. I put that in my comment when I finished. I would not have ever picked Lonesome Dove up at this point in my life. Maybe later on in my life, but not at this point if it wasn't for Mindy, me winning the book from Mindy for her anniversary, because it's just, I wouldn't have had the need, I guess, or the desire at this time, but it worked out and I loved it. I'm looking forward to the miniseries. So good afternoon to Alicia from Anne, and we had a heat index of 108 the other day. I can believe it. Today hasn't been as bad just because the sun has not been out all day. But the other day on Monday, when my air conditioner went out, it was a bit warm. We had a thunderstorm and our electricity went out and had a little glitch, which caused our air condition not to come back on. And we had to have the air condition guy come out and figure out what it was. So because of our new air conditioner and because of the type that it is, it's all energy efficient and everything, but it's a very, I don't know what the word is, very computerized, I guess is the best way to say it. We have to reset it in situations. So now, if it goes out, we have to make sure that we, turn the breakers, do something with the breakers on the inside and the outside, wait about 10 minutes, not seconds, 10 minutes, and see if it will reset. If not, then we have to call them back out, which I'm hoping I'm not going to have to do that every time our electricity goes out, because that was $100 visit. And it's like, I can't be spending $100 every time for somebody to come out to do this every time our electricity goes out. That's ridiculous. But anyway, that day it was very hot in general. I was like, of course. I mean, the good news is we do have a window unit that we have in our kitchen. And if we had to, we would have had to block off and just had that air on until he came. But luckily, my air conditioning guy was able to come. And hello, my sweet friend Jen. How are you? And it could be that, Travis. I hope you do find out what works for you. It's been in the upper 90s with heat indexes well above 100. Yeah, I think everybody's experiencing heat wave. Yes, we're having nacho beef bake. Sounds yummy. I bet you give great hugs. I do. I think I do. I hug with a purpose. And hello to Anne. It was about 97 degrees here. Heat is bad. And yeah, I'm on Lexapro and I love it, but they just put me on Wellbutrin to help with weight loss, energy, and extra added depression benefits. But so far, just getting side effects. Yeah, and it's a bummer. Is pickleball the one where you hit the ball against the wall? That's a good question. I don't know. I just hear people talking about pickleball, and I've never seen anybody play it, so I don't know anything about it. The narrator for Necroscope is amazing. Well, that's good to know. And Reading Clear by Carries Davies. It is written with such beautiful language. Awesome. And hello, Lauren. I am new to your reading, friends, but not new to reading sprints. I am reading Last Girl Ghosted by Lisa Unger. It's really good. How long you sprint today? Oh, for a few hours. Yeah, for a few hours. We usually do about 4 45-minute sprints. So yeah, we'll be here for a little bit, that's for sure. But it's nice to meet you, Lauren. I'm so happy that you are joining us. And I hope that you get a lot of your reading done for today. And Travis, that's racquetball. And hi to Lauren from Kaylin. I read that Lisa Unger book. It was fun, if I remember. And I'm excited for Giallo July and my new musical reading challenge I made. It's going to be a fun time. Yes, Travis has some fun reading projects going on in his Discord. And he's doing a musical with Mamma Mia for 2 months. That's going to be fun. I'm also participating in the Giallo July, but I'm not reading anything for it, I don't think. If I do read something, it might be like an Agatha Christie, but I have a lot that I want to read during July, and I think I'm going to watch some Giallo movies. That's what my plan is, because I have yet to watch one. A bit late, but I'm here. Hi, everyone. Hi, Amber. How have you been? And Eleanor is telling us pickleball is a cross between tennis and ping pong. There are a lot of games and tutorials to watch on YouTube if interested. Well, thank you. And to Kaylin, I enjoy it. Very good. I'm reading In Light of All Darkness about the Polly Claus kidnapping. Very interesting. Oh, so you're doing some true crime. And what type of books do you like to read? I like to read a variety of books. I am drawn more towards thrillers, mystery, and horror. However, I do like middle grade fiction, historical fiction. Well, middle grade is not a genre, but middle grade is a category, I guess. But I do like children's literature, and I do tend to like the same genres in middle grade as I do in adult fiction. But I like historical fiction. I like fantasy. Pretty much the only thing I'm not a big fan of, I'm not a big fan of romance. With that being said, if it's a clean romance, I'm okay with it. And I'm okay with a romance that is in a story that I'm reading. I'm not a person that likes to read smut. I don't like the open door romance kind of stuff. Sometimes I get surprised and don't realize it's in a book and just, go with the flow. But yeah, I like nonfiction, especially like personal development. I like memoirs. I'm like Westerns. I just finished Lonesome Dove. I'm kind of new to Westerns though, but I like those little Gunsmoke Western books. They're really small, but they're a lot of fun. I like all the cowboy lingo in there. I just think it's hilarious how they talk. But yeah, I read a variety. I really do. And right now, I don't know if you were here when I first started, but I'm reading Desert Heat, which is like a police mystery series. And then I'm reading a historical fiction. It's a historical fiction, mystery, fantasy. And this is middle grade, The Art of the Swap. But I did finish Chain Gang All-Stars, and this is dystopian. So a speculative fiction, I guess, would probably be a better way of describing Chain Gang All-Stars. So what type do you normally read? Do you normally read thrillers? The heat where I'm at got bad enough for a random storm to start, and the power went out for hours last night, and thankfully all good now. Yeah, thank goodness. Sunday, our internet went out, but our power did not go out. However, we had people in our subdivision who lost power and internet. A tree fell on power lines, and so that was the issue. And then Monday, they said the reason why we lost power was because of a tree or a limb. That's all I got from Entergy. But I don't know what Bailey's doing. She's like sniffing over by the bookshelf. I hope she's not trying to steal a book. She likes to steal things, and then she goes and brings them on her bed and sticks them there. That's one thing I'm thankful for in my neighborhood. All the power lines are underground. Our power has only gone out once out of the 5 years we've been there. Yeah, I would love it if we had underground power lines. We have so many trees in our area because it's the country. It's built up a lot since we've moved here, but that is the one issue is if a tree falls. Ann says we have an excessive heat warning since Sunday. There's just a heat advisory for tomorrow. Is that supposed to make me feel better? No. It has been super hot in Rhode Island, 90s, and yesterday was 101. Today it's 97. Rhode Island, that's amazing. You are the first person that I've met that lives in Rhode Island. That's amazing. I think that's so fun. And do you have a channel also, Lauren? I see you have Lauren's Cozy Reading Corner. Do you have a channel? If so, let me know so we can I can go and pull up your link for it. Hug with a Purpose will be our new Roach Car song for Travis. I'll write it later tonight, adding it to my list. It may make me cry. Oh, yes. Hi, Lauren. Welcome to the chaos. And pickleball is on a tennis court, but it's a smaller court, and the ball is like a wiffle ball with holes in it. I just started playing. That is amazing. I'm going to have to look this up. I listened to a podcast called Happier in Hollywood, and Liz Craft, it's about two TV writers, and Liz Craft went and played pickleball, and she kind of just talked about playing pickleball, but she didn't really explain it. I guess she just figured people knew about it. It's funny that they call it pickleball. I mean, like, I wonder why they call it that, considering you're not like hitting a pickle. Unless pickle has another meaning. Yes, Travis is the Chaos Master, and Watch Phenomena. It's my favorite giallo. I'll have to write that down. I met with my friend Liz. Y'all know Liz, Cozy Cobweb Liz. She and I met yesterday to go over our 25 for 2025 lists. And she was telling me about how she was going to go watch Rear Window, which is one of her favorite movies. It's by Alfred Hitchcock. I have never seen it. So I wrote that down. I need to watch that at some point because she said it's really good. And hello, Coffee, Create, and Connect. Hello, everyone. How's it going today? Doing pretty well. And finally done beta reading. Woot, woot. I'm sure you feel relieved and now working on a side project. That sounds fun. I'm pretty eclectic in my reading, though I do like a romantic subplot, stories inspired by true events, and anything that makes me put it down for a few minutes to think about what I just read. Yeah, I don't mind romantic subplots either, especially if it's, adds to the story, as long as it's not like something that's going to distract you. I don't mind that at all. Yes, the heat here is disgusting, like it is everywhere. And we are supposed to get some really bad storms and go from 97 to 60s tonight. Well, it's okay if everybody's safe during the storm and you don't lose power. Otherwise, that would be relief. That would be good. And I would love a rainstorm. I live just over the border of Rhode Island. Yay. So y'all are practically neighbors, like 5 minutes. I never run into people from this area. Very cool. I think that is awesome. I mean, what are the odds? And I would love a storm. And I do not have a channel. Okay, that's fine. But it's just, I like to check when we have new friends come in and hang out with us, just so that we can support everyone. You need to watch Rear Window. That's what Liz said. And we are having bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwiches tonight. That sounds delicious. And okay, clocked out, heading to do a grocery pickup. And Lord, my keys say it's 1:05 in here. I'll be here listening. Roll down your windows for a little bit and let some of that hot air out. Swank is here and is telling us that today is Happy Catfish Day, Happy World Beatles Day, Happy George Orwell's birthday. Awesome. And hello, Amanda. I'm reading Dweller by Jeff Strand. Is that a horror book? I think Jeff Strand's a horror writer, correct? And we're getting thunderstorms here tonight. So if you lose me, that may be why. Yeah, I'm hoping that we'll be okay. As I tell y'all all the time, there's no telling what can happen in Louisiana. Things crop up and we don't even know. Like I said, Sunday, our electricity went out and it was nothing to do with the weather. So I will let you know in the chat if that would ever happen here, but hopefully we won't lose you, Kaylin. Pickleball was named by one of the creators of the game in honor of his dog, Pickle. That is so sweet. So, so sweet. And it's cool today, only hitting 90. It's a creature feature horror book. Fun. I like that. Creature feature. And Coffee, Create, Connection. Where do you live in Massachusetts or Connecticut? I'm on the Rhode Island line. I'm Northern Rhode Island. This is amazing that y'all are close to one another and y'all are here on this day. Fantastic. Also, a new moon tonight. So hopefully the new moon won't make anything crazy go on for us. Okay, so we are at the end of the comments. So we are going to go into our first sprint. And I have our Pomodoro Kitty. Our Pomodoro Kitty is very bright tonight. I went with the yellow for the sunshine. Hopefully it won't radiate y'all. But that is what I chose. I'm in a kind of bright mood, so I figured we'd have a bright kitty cat. So I hope everyone gets what they want to get done during the sprint. I will see y'all in a little bit. Lauren, I live right near the border of Warren, Rhode Island. And Alicia says, very nice. Like I could walk to the borders or the border. Okay, happy sprinting, y'all. Hello. How did everybody do during that sprint? I started Desert Heat, read the prologue and the first chapter. It pulls you in right away. The prologue is exciting, and so is the first chapter. We are introduced to Joanna Brady in the first chapter, and I'm a little surprised because I thought that she was a detective, and she's not. She's an office manager for an insurance company. And basically, she's waiting on her husband to come home, and something transpires. So, and her husband's name is Andy. So, anyway, starting off really great with this. I was updating the Discord group about it when the kitty cat, meowed. So anyway, I'm excited about getting started. That is for sure. So how did everybody else do? We also had some rumbling of thunder. I checked the weather app, and we're not supposed to have any rain, even though it's saying there's isolated thunderstorms. Of course, Bailey hears it, and so now she is underneath my desk because she's terrified of weather. So anyway, that's about what happened with that. So Lauren was telling Coffee, Create, and Connect, which, do you have a name that you would like us to refer to you as, or are we going to call you Coffee? Let us know how you want to be addressed. But Lauren says, I am in Cumberland, closer to North Attleboro, Massachusetts, on that line. I love that they're close together. And Ann said, when I worked in the psychology unit at the hospital, we hated the full moon. Well, this is a new moon, so I don't know if there's any kind of an issue with a new moon as opposed to a full moon. I know full moon can get kind of hectic. The kids were always crazier acting, they just didn't act normal during a full moon at school. So it is a thing. My book is ultimately about an 80-year-old widow whose life crossed paths with a young single mom, and by the end, this happening changes the lives of thousands of people, but there are strong romantic subplots. Well, that would probably be fine for me. I would probably enjoy that. I read recently The Nightingale, and The Nightingale had a romantic subplot in it, so that was fine. As long as, like I said, it's not too spicy. Elements would be tragedy to triumphs, found family saga, and romance. Some beta readers have also described as coming of age. I love coming of age stories. Also, I put in here that Travis's Discord is called The Reading Frenzy. And this is where he hosts all kinds of fun reading challenges. Travis does not have a YouTube channel, but he does have this Discord, and he also has a group on his Goodreads. So he just started his reading frenzy, or well, he's had it maybe, and but we have been sending people over there if you want nice, relaxing, easy challenges. So check him out. The weather app says storms in about 30 minutes. I just made toast for Lucy's sandwich. Wonderful. Swing says, well, Butrin did not work for me. Raised my already high blood pressure. That is not good. And yes, the moon affects the mind and body. So the new moon affects it just as much as the full moon. And hello, Jamie. Good to have you back. Thank you. I'm glad to be back. I had a really fun time. I did not get tons of layouts done, and that's mainly because I did work some on Andrew's London scrapbook, and I had to do some research. Also, I needed batteries for my camera, and my friend Donna had to go pick up a charger at an office, like a satellite office of where she works, and she was able to get 2 batteries from that. So that way I could look at the order of the pictures and kind of figure out what was going on. Then I had to Google a bunch and then ask Andrew. Of course, this is a trip he took years ago. So trying to have him remember, I'd send him a picture and I'm like, do you think this is at Anne Hathaway's house, or do you think this is by William Shakespeare's birthplace? But if y'all are interested, I can show y'all my little layouts that I did. I did one for running for my oldest son. He ran a fun run back in the day when he was in high school. So I did his layout, and then I did a couple just for Andrew for the London. Anne Hathaway's house, I finished the interior and then started the interior of Shakespeare's birthplace or whatever, but nothing super fancy. And I do have journaling to do. I always save my journaling for when I get back. So hello, Esther Dane. Just about to have dinner. I have started the Brady book and hope to get more read. It has been a busy day. Well, Esther Jane, I got it too. I'm starting it today, and I'm liking it so far. I hope you're liking it as well. And you are quite welcome, Travis. And hello, Vanessa. Vanessa, I know you joined Travis's Discord. Swank also joined as well that I saw. And Travis is at the pickup waiting for groceries. I feel so bad for these workers having to bring these groceries out to our cars in this heat, but I hate going into the store and this is faster. And then hey to Vanessa. Hello, Stina. I'm getting a bit of lunch before prepping for my live stream tonight at 8 U.S. Mountain. Excellent. And I'm turning into my Southern mama. I'm like, y'all better hurry with these groceries. I got my trunk open and letting out my good air. I can imagine you said that with a countrified accent. Well, that lasted 5 minutes. You're talking about the storm. And hello, Vanessa. And getting ready, getting dinner ready, getting dinner started, and be back in a bit. And hey, Andrew, just got back from a big book sale and am now just hanging out, enjoying a nice summer day. Hope everyone is doing well. I'm doing well. I want to know, what did you get at the big book sale? Are you going to take a picture and post it or send it to me? I want to see what you got. Always curious. And Amber's been listening to the audiobook for You're Not Supposed to Die Tonight and about 50% in. Is that a thriller? And Travis is putting groceries up and dinner, so I may miss Mad Libs. No. And Kaylin read 8 pages, hearing some thunder too. Yeah, she's still under there. She's not shaking though. And at first she was whining at the door. I don't know why she wants to go outside when she's much safer inside, but I think it's her fight or flight response, and she wants to do flight. Hey, Teresa, so good to see you. I'm trying to finish up some books today. I'll be in and out. That sounds fantastic. And I like that name, Coffee, Create, and Connect. Yes, and let us know if you have a channel so that we can check you out. Jen had to step away, just now got back. I'm struggling mentally and physically this week, but I'm happy to be here with you all. Travis also, Jen, I don't know if you heard about Travis. Well, I wish I could give you a big hug. Big hug. Hopefully we can cheer you up. And hello, paperbacks and ponytails. I'm Katie. Hello, Katie. Reading Nobody by Creston Mapes, and then doing some writing in my novel later tonight. That's awesome. So do you, Katie, have it? Is your channel Paperbacks and Ponytails a channel that we can go view videos on? Let us know so we can go look you up and get people to check you out. Swank said, I've read about 40 pages in the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Are you enjoying it, Swank? Amber says, I was born on a new moon, so I hope there's nothing bad about them. I don't know. I've never heard anything negative about a new moon. And Jen's reading Fever House by Keith Rosen. And then I also just started Private Rights by Julia Armfield. I hope you're enjoying them. Hi, Zach. I'm here and reading Bloom Town Genesis by Allie North for June on the Range. I won't be chatting much, doing spring cleaning. Excellent. I have a couple of little chores I need to do today too. Hey, Nicole. Woot woot. How are you, my friend? And I'm so glad you enjoyed your time away. You needed that. I did. It was nice being able to see my friends Donna and Heather. I had not seen them in a while. So, and we're planning on seeing each other again. We found out about some additional crops that are close to our area that we might be able to go to at other times in the year. So Heather accidentally forgot her laptop in the hotel room, and Donna was able to get it. So she had to go on a work trip. So she ended up leaving like a day earlier. And so Donna said when Heather comes to town to pick up her laptop, we're all going to go to dinner and talk about these other crops that are happening in our area. One of them is actually in Baton Rouge, which is only like 45 minutes away. So Zach said the moon is a rock. All that the supposed two facts are confirmation bias that have absolutely no statistical significance. Really? Would love to see your layouts. Yeah, like I said, they're not super fancy or anything, but I will share them. And last time I did a pickup order for groceries, it was a fine day until I went to pick them up and it started raining and I felt so bad. Yeah, that is not good. And I want to go to a big book sale. Andrew says, I will definitely send you some pics of my haul. It was quite the pile. That sounds fun. The last time I went to a book sale was in May, and I got 18 books, and actually 19 if you count the book I got for Kelsey. I did find a vintage horror book for her. I have thunder as well here. No. Hello, Mindy. Mindy, I have to thank you again for sending me Lonesome Dove. I finished it and I loved it. You're Not Supposed to Die Tonight is a YA horror, very classic teen slasher vibe so far. Well, that sounds fun. That sounds like a fun time. And thank you to Kaylin. And Jen Hugs. Hello, everyone who has come in. Coffee, tell us, or unless you want me just to call you Coffee. And yes, I have a book channel. If you enjoy no spice books, I share pretty much every genre of books. Yay! Me too. I love a variety of books, and I am a no spice girl also. So I will check that out, and we will put you in the chat. I am liking it so far, and I was also surprised Joanna was not a detective. Me too. I was just like, so I'm curious if what has happened to her husband is what puts her on the path. Or is Joanna going to be like a Nancy Drew or a Murder, She Wrote? I mean, although Murder, She Wrote, Jessica Fletcher is a writer, a mystery writer. So I don't know. Maybe like Nancy Drew, but as an adult, like, later in life. I need to do spring cleaning, but all I want to do is read. What to do. I know. Spring cleaning's not fun. And I'm writing a no spice rom-com suspense story, treasure hunting, action, humor, and weak in the knees romance. That sounds fun. I love the romance books my friend Emma Bennett writes. I've read 2 of her books and I've loved both of them. I have another book that she wrote. I haven't read it yet. I need to see if it fits Summer Book Bingo. But she has some other books that I need to check out too, but they're all clean romance. Yes, my channel is Coffee Create Connect. I haven't posted in a while, but starting next month, I will be posting at least once a week, probably more like twice. Excellent. So we will put yours also in there. And if anyone is in Minnesota, they are experiencing tornadoes. No fun. I feel like some comments are getting removed. What? If they're getting removed, it must be, I wonder if they put something in there that wasn't supposed to be, but I don't have really, you would have to be using some vulgar language in order for it not to be used. For something to flag it. If I read, it will be The Republic of Thieves and Spark of the Everflame. If I can convince myself to clean, I can still listen to Stillhouse Lake. That sounds like a plan. Maybe you could start off with that. Clean and listen to Stillhouse Lake and then swap once you get the cleaning done, unless the cleaning is going to take all night. And new channels to subscribe to. Yes. I know my Wi-Fi has been jumping in and out. Our Wi-Fi is terrible here. And there's no excuse because I had to reset our internet when we thought it was just our internet, but it was everybody's. So let me look up Coffee Create Connect. Okay, here we go. So let me go here. Okay, so I just subscribed. Let's see, how do I... It's so weird when it's on the... right here, okay. It's different. Okay, so here is Coffee Create Connect. If anybody wants to check out this channel, our new friend. And then, okay, right. Back up here. Make sure I spell everything right, because sometimes you can't find things on YouTube. Oh, good. It popped up. Paperbacks and ponytails. I see you. Yay. Okay, subscribed. So let's get you in here. Okay, why is it not? Okay. Share right here. Okay. Copy that. I have to talk to myself. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. Fun. I love that. New friends. Okay. Now I have to see where I'm at. I didn't. Oh, yes, here I am. And then, yay, I am glad you love Lonesome Dove as well. I did. And Mindy, I don't think I would ever have picked it up to read it if it wasn't for winning it. Not that I have anything against it, but it's humongous for one thing. And I'm new to Westerns. I've been reading my little Gunsmoke Western. So now I'm excited. Not only did I read it and loved it, but now my husband and I are going to watch the miniseries because I've never seen the miniseries and I've heard it's wonderful. The cast looks excellent. Most people either call me Coffee, Triple C, or my initials JL. Okay. Coffee, Triple C, or my initials JL. That sounds good. Any of those are fine with me. Gotcha. It will be interesting to see her path. I agree, Esther Jane. There were a ton of Murder, She Wrote books at the book sale. No! I still haven't read the other two. Oh, no. I have been on the lookout for Murder, She Wrote books. I got two. I found two at Books A Million, of all places. Two nice hardcover books. I miss going to yard sales in for less than $10, being able to walk away with stacks of books. And are the Emma Bennett books available anywhere? Would love to read some of those. Yeah, I mean, they're clean romance. They take place in England. They're really small. Amazon is where I ended up getting mine. You know, and she does, I think they're available also like on Kindle ebook also. And I think sometimes she has them go on sale and not in. And I have one or two of Emma Bennett's books on my TBR. Yay. I love that. She is the sweetest person. And hey, Linda, how are you? What's going on with you, my friend? Yeah, if anybody's into gaming, my new friends, if you're into gaming, Linda the Gamer Gal, she plays games on her channel. She's also a reader, but she does play some fun games. Using talk to text in between that and autocorrect, I would be better off using emojis to make comments. I know. My husband does that text to talk, and half the time I'm like, what are you trying to say? This cat needs to realize it's too hot for me to hold him. And YouTube removes comments that refer to other apps or streaming services. Really? That's odd. I guess somebody must have said something about it, a different thing. I don't know. Isn't it fun to have author friends? I have so many now, one since I started my channel, and they are the best encouragers. They are. I'm sure if you know Emma, I'm sure you're on AuthorTube, so you must know like SD Houston and Andy at Self Pub with Andy, Margaret Pinard, Nicole. Yeah, I have quite a few friends in the AuthorTube community. Andy, Emma, and I have collabed together. We've done, sprints and hung out together online. We haven't in quite a while, but yeah, I love the crossover. And I was trying to find a mention of crops or something that you read and couldn't find it. Oh, well, don't worry. I didn't say anything vulgar. Okay, well, then that's crazy. Yeah, that is cuckoo. The last No Spice mystery romance I read was Clean Slate by Barbara Winks, and Saltwater Souls by Hannah Carter was a good clean mermaid short story collection with romance. It's good to know. So here are our two. Here's our first. I had put it in the chat, but here it is, and I'll start that up. And then so nice giving shout outs to everyone, Kat. Of course. Everyone deserves to have a shout out. They do. I think so. And there's our paperbacks and ponytails. YouTube has been removing a lot of stuff. Really? The book sale goes on for a next few days. I'll go back tomorrow afternoon to grab those for you if I can. Let me tell you which ones I have, though. I'll go look at my shelf on the next sprint and let you know, because I hate for you to get other ones. But that would be fantastic. And of course, I will reimburse you. I have read a lot of the Murder, She Wrote and on hold for the newest. That I didn't know that they still had like newer ones, because I know there's a couple of different authors that write them. I met authors by going to book events. I don't know if you know Tracy Peterson or Kimberly Woodhouse, but they're now adopted family. They are now adopted family and Pepper Bosham. I have not heard of any of them. Oh, also Mama Maggie. I don't know if you know Mama Maggie. She's also. And yes, thank you for the shout out. You are welcome. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and do some Mad Libs before we go on to our next sprint. So our new friends here, we do Mad Libs on Wednesdays. If you are familiar with it. If not, Mad Libs, I ask for parts of speech and we put them into a story. And then after the sprint, I read the story. So I just kind of call out what I need, and then I go in the order of how they come in to my chat. I don't know of another way to do it unless people have suggestions. You don't need to reimburse me. I'm always shipping stuff to Kelsey, so I can put it in a box I send her way in a bit. Okay, excellent. Well, I'm sure I could reimburse you by sending you something, Andrew, also. Pango has some Murder, She Wrote. Fun. And I'm here for Mad Libs. Woot woot. And we will see if I'm fast enough today. Yeah, so here we go. Get that off of there. And let me put it in here. Okay, here we go. So I need a noun, a person, place, a thing. This one's not a very long one. But I need a noun. This comes from the books Goofy Mad Libs. I mean, they're all kind of goofy to me, if you ask me. And Don Bain died, and then they had someone I didn't like, then Terry Morgan, and now Barbara Early. So changing the rounds. Somebody Land. That was another person. They had a last name of Land, Esther Jane. Rotisserie chicken. Okay, you would have to pick a word that I have to look at how to spell it. You know, I need to spell correctly because more than likely I'm going to have to send a picture to you. Okay, Kaylin says telephone. I do need another noun here. Telephone. A rubber duck. Let's see. Okay, well, technically it's not a real animal. Okay, so rubber duck. I like that. Toothpaste. I can't make that. I can't make toothpastes like plural. So let's see, a hot air balloon. Okay, I can make hot air balloons. Gun. I can make guns. Oh, I don't know how that's going to look. Yes, Land is the one I didn't like, and he had the sheriff calling Jessica a PETA. That is weird. And sorry, I got home right when you came back from Sprint, but yes, I joined Travis's Discord. All the reading challenges sound fun, Travis. Okay, so the next is an article of clothing. Article of clothing. Let's see if there's in. Oh, you know what? Technically, you know what, Travis? You pick rotisserie chicken, which is food. That's a type of food. So I'm going to change that to here. I'm going to need another noun. Yes. Okay. Oh, whoops. Jeez. Okay, sock. Your sock. Let's see. Your sock is going to replace that food. So I'm putting that there. That is going to be funny. Sock is your article of clothing. Never mind. I'm putting sock back up there. I gotta redo that. Okay. Do I need any other? No. Okay. I mean, we could have put that as the thing because articles of clothing are nouns. So, Andrew, do you want me to use sock for your article of clothing, or do you want me to put it in the noun that I replaced for Travis? I'm going to let you decide that, and then I'm just going to go down for these other articles of clothing. Let me know, because then I can do jacket and Lederhosen. Either or. Okay. I think I'm going to put it back then. Okay, so now... Okay, I'm lost. Okay, jacket. So jacket... That is funny. That's going to be our article of clothing. Because that would be terrible. And then Kaylin has Lederhosen. I'm going to put that one, except it's going to have to be Lederhosens. Lederhosens. Okay. He made the characters very crass. Oh, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. And go-go boots. Okay. I don't like that either, Esther Jane. And I think the ones I have might be by him. Okay, so that is all of the jeans. Fingerless gloves and ascot. That's pretty funny. Hi, Catherine. How are you? And I bet Travis got rotisserie chicken from the grocery store. Gee, right. And bikini underwear. Okay. Yeah, I think that it works out where it's at. Okay, in the thing. Okay, now I need an adjective. An adjective. So let's see what y'all come up with for that. Oh, wait. Uh-oh, depressed. That's not very fun, Travis. Stereoscopic. Okay, stereoscopic. The sprint art's going to be silly. Big. Okay. Do I need it? Okay. Okay, let me see what else should I put. Glamorous, cozy, greasy. That would have worked. That would have been too true to form. I want to see a depressed rotisserie chicken. No, you're not going to see a depressed rotisserie chicken, but it's going to be close. Hot. Cameron, I missed you too. How are you doing, my sweet friend? I have to contact you soon. I have a little collab thing I want to do with you, Cameron. And and Cameron, how did your book signing go? I know you had one. And hello again, Catherine. I got here right when you started Mad Libs. Yay! Okay, I need a type of liquid. These are the last two I need. I need a type of liquid and a part of the body. Oh, I lied. I need a type of liquid, a part of the body, and an animal. Those are the last three that I need, and I only need one of each. Vodka. Lighter fluid. Oh my goodness. Gasoline. Owl. There's an owl. And then, where's my part of the body? A toe. Okay. Oh, let me see if I get just, okay. That's crazy. Okay, and bubble soap. Okay, that's it. So now the title of our Mad Libs is called Amusement Parks. That is the title of our story, and I will read it when we get back from sprints. Yes, well, we got the vodka, and toe is going to be the part of the body. So those are fun. Okay, so let's get ourselves started. I think we'll do 45. I'm going to try to eat during that sprint. That would be the best thing to do. So I hope everyone has a wonderful sprint. And Amber said, vodka on the brain for us tonight. And ooh, sounds fun. I'm well and gearing up for a mini vacation this weekend. My signing is it's in October, but I'm excited for it. Okay, well, I totally did not read it. I just saw that you were doing a book signing, but I mean, that is fantastic. Right around the time that your book can be read anytime, but October is like the perfect time. Both of your books, in my opinion. But yes, I will be in touch soon. I think like middle of July or something like that. Just because I've got to get things. I don't know. Something I've been thinking about. Anyway, so I will be in touch for sure. And hello, Jasmine. You got us right when we're about to sprint. Happy sprinting. Hello. We are back. How did everybody do? I ate my dinner, which was a baked potato. I also went and looked for my Murder, She Wrote books, and I found one of them, and it's called The Date with Murder. This is by Jessica Fletcher, Donald Bain, and John Land. I cannot find my other one. It is somewhere in a pile. My books are in a disarray because I cleaned them out. My Murder, She Wrote books were in my scrapbook room. They're in a pile. Somewhere my bookshelves are a mess. I'm trying to organize them. So I have too many books. That's the issue. But anyway, that is the one that I do have. I know I have a second one. I got these from Books A Million. So I don't know. I don't know where the other one is. Anyway, I did not read anything during that time. I also went and got my scrapbook pages just to let y'all see real quick. So they're not anything super fancy. I don't know if the glare will get on it, but these are just, this is my oldest son. So this is my oldest son right here. He's not this age anymore. He was in high school. So that's my oldest son. And he ran the 1 mile and the 5K and won both, in the race. So it's a double layout. So anyway, I put the newspaper articles, his newspaper articles. This was the article itself that named everything that happened. And then this one is like all the stats. So the only thing I have to do really for this is I'm not going to do any journaling because the newspaper article pretty much explains everything. I do want to add that this was for the 1 mile. And then on this page, I want to add that this is for the 5K. So anyway, I did that one for Barry. I was so far behind on my my kids' albums. That's kind of crazy. But then for Andrew went to London as part of his trip when he was a junior in high school. My son now works. So I had done a scrapbook layout of Shottery, which is the area where Anne Hathaway lives, which was William Shakespeare's wife. And so I had done this page before. Now, Andrew is not the best photographer. At least he wasn't back then. He was using a camera instead of his phone. So anyway, I did that last time. So I wanted to continue with it. So I did, let's see. Okay, now that's William Shakespeare. So I ended up doing this page, which will go on the opposite side. And that's just like the bedroom and like their laundry room. And these blank spots are for me to journal. And then down at the bottom, I have to put some little squares or a long piece, and I'm going to identify some of the things that are in there. And then this is the other page. This right here is supposed to actually be the marital bed of William Shakespeare and Anne Hathaway. And fun fact, I didn't know this, but as I was researching all of this stuff, I found out that Anne Hathaway was 8 years older than William Shakespeare. So yeah, anyway, that is part of that. And then this is supposed to be the birthplace of Shakespeare. So that house at the top. And then Andrew's actually in the picture. That's his school group right there. And he's in the picture. So I'm going to put an arrow. I got to cut out the pieces over here. I got to cut an arrow pointing to where Andrew is in that group. But that's the inside. And again, there's another page that's going to be next to it. And that's where I'll do all the journaling. I have to order a picture of a bust of William Shakespeare. And then I can put it together. Anyway, that is what I did. I know it's not a whole lot for the amount of days that I was there, but, I was catching up with my friends. We went out to have lunch. They had different activities there. They had little vendors, like a little store. So I went shopping at one of the stores and got some cool paper for Halloween. And That's pretty much what I did the whole time I was there. Enjoyed myself. But yeah, that's what I worked on. And now I'm excited to get back to scrapbooking more regularly at home. So very excited to get started with that because I've missed it. I missed being creative. And Annie's here. Hello, Annie. I'm enjoying a beautiful rainy day in Florida. I prefer it to the usual heat. I don't blame you. Your heat is like our heat. And hello, Liz. I'm currently reading The Babysitter by R.L. Stine. Fun. Is The Babysitter like part of, is it like a standalone or is that part of Fear Street? I'm not 100% sure. I haven't read, the only thing I've read by him that was Fear Street was the Christmas one. What was that one called? Silent Night. I read Silent Night and I also read Double Date. Double Date drove me crazy, but I read those two. I don't think Double Date was a Fear Street. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think, oh yeah, it is a Fear Street. I see it on the spine. But I read more of the Goosebumps books. So I need to read more Fear Street. I have a couple of Fear Street to do. And Coffee says, oh my God, I used to love R.L. Stine books. And I've never read anything by him. This is my first time. I like R.L. Stine. And hello, Kelly. How are you? What are you up to? And highs to Kelly. And Linda said, welcome back. I know. It felt like a long, long time, but it was only a week. And I read a little bit and now watching a movie. What you watching? I got some pages read, but not sure how many. And then I read a little bit and now watching a movie. Double comments. Travis usually is my double comment person. I listened to Stillhouse Lake while doing laundry, dishes, and cleaning the bathrooms. Then I read 10 pages of The Republic of Thieves. Excellent. So you see, you got some chores done, but you also got your reading done. Also, I was chatting with Andrew on Instagram. He showed me his books, and he got 2 Clive Barker books. Very excited for him. I love Clive Barker. And he also got a Whitley Strieber book with which I have some, but I've never read Whitley Strieber. So I'll have to see how that goes. 2 of the books I got from my mom's collection. I inherited it from her collection. And then I got one at the Friends of the Library. So Andrew recorded a haul for Patreon and just chilled otherwise. Excellent, excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that. Like I said, nothing fancy. Just basic, just so I can get them in the books. I was going to work on one of Andrew's prom pictures, but it's going to be really involved. And so I was afraid that it was going to take me way too long. So I'm saving that. And then I also had a little project that I did one year on Instagram, my year of gratitude. I was going to work on that, but that's going to be very involved. So I think it'd be better for me to have it at home. And hello, Tina. Joined during this last sprint. Currently reading Yumi and the Nightmare Painter. Nice. And that's sweet you're making that for him. Yeah. I mean, the scrapbooking really is for my kids. I mean, I have some that I've done of things that we've done together. Like I've got scrapbook pages of Comic-Con we've done together, going to the zoo or whatever. I have so much to do that the only album that is completely finished from beginning to end is Andrew's baby album. And that's like his first year. And the only reason is because it's a creative memories album and the pages are not pages that you can slip into a page protector. They're literally you scrapbook on the page. So you have to do it chronologically. And so his whole book is done. Because I didn't get into scrapbooking until when we moved out here. Like I have a little scrapbook I did when we built our house that has our house pictures in it and stuff. But yeah, so I have more of Andrew's stuff done just because that's when I started, my journey. But yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hello, Stormy. Working on Desert Heat by J.A. Jance. Stormy is Esther Jane. Esther Jane, who was in here earlier, are my two friends that are buddy reading Desert Heat with me. Hate that this Hoopla audiobook doesn't show chapters, means I have to pay close attention to what chapter I'm on, or I will go over the 7 chapters. But you know what, Stormy? It's the same way with Libby and Cloud Library. They don't give you chapter numbers for the Beaumont books. It's like words in the chapter. And sometimes the breaks are not a new chapter. So it's always hard to tell what chapter you're on physically when you're trying. Like I'll read with my eyeballs and listen, and sometimes I can't figure it out. So I'm going to see, because Desert Heat is on Libby. I'll see how these chapters are. I bet they might be the same way. Who knows? Who knows? Those are amazing. Thank you. And hi, Stormy from Liz. I read 30 pages of Dweller. Nice. Nice progress. I got a bit more red in my book and painted my nails. Ooh, what color did you paint them? I need to make dinner. I keep procrastinating it. Yeah, I don't like to cook, so I procrastinate forever on cooking. And that looks so cool. Ooh, I thought I was talking about Anne Hathaway, the actress. No, Anne Hathaway, Shakespeare's wife. So yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool we got to go there. They also passed, I haven't done this page yet, but they also passed a school where Shakespeare went. They didn't go inside, but he has an outside picture of that. And they did some other things around London, like they got to see like the London Eye. They didn't get to ride on it. They got to go by Buckingham Palace. They saw the guards marching. So I have some pictures of that, and I have some neat die cuts that I've bought. So those are going to be a little bit fancier because I have these special die cuts and some special papers. So when he's out and about, like, I mean, it depending on what the pages are and what I can get to kind of embellish it, depends on if it's a little bit fancier or not. And then Robin is back. Welcome back. And hey, Stormy, I'm on chapter 4. Making progress. Thank you, Jamie. Jamie, you're also a fellow scrapbooker, so you know. And Jamie, have you ever heard of Mosaic Moments? That's the die cut system that I'm using that has the special grid paper. And I have other dies besides the squares and the rectangles, but I haven't sat down and really used a whole lot of them. I've used some of the ones that make strips, but I'd have to show y'all like the Poison Garden that he visited in Ireland to show y'all what I mean about like the different die cuts or whatever. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just have to do the journaling. I'm terrible about journaling. They say that you should write out your journal. And even though I have a decent handwriting, I don't want to make any errors. When you type it out, if you make an error, you can fix it on the computer before you print it. So I'm just don't want to have to rewrite stuff. So that's why I don't handwrite anything. And typing, I can make it fit. Sometimes my handwriting is too big and I can't fit it in the little squares. Hello, Denise. Just joining. I'm on page 24 of Under the Whispering Door. Excellent. How are you enjoying it? And Robin made it to page 60 of page 430 out of 433. She's reading Harry Potter, book 2. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate that. I did some laundry and read during sprint. I'm starting the 6th Nancy Drew book, The Secret of the Red Gate Farm. I'm reading the original text from 1931. Well, that was my last Nancy Drew book that I read. And I did not read the original text from 1931. I think it is pretty cool that you have the original books. I have those yellow books. I think there's a name for them, Cameron. You probably know what they are, but that's the last book that I read. I need to read number 7. I need to get a copy of number 7 because as I read them, I buy them and then I read them. I mean, Okay, I'm buying the series for myself. I always wanted the Nancy Drew book collection. So as an adult, I am buying them and rereading them, but I buy them a little bit at a time. I don't buy them. I haven't bought them all at one time because, books cost money. But I should get another one soon. I really should. But I think that one was a very weird one. You've probably read it already, but that one has a cult in it. I was like, I do not remember a cult being in a Nancy Drew book. That's how long it's been since I read them. And I'm going to head off my phone now. Bye, everyone. Bye. Hopefully we will see you again soon. Excuse me. Thank you, Travis. I appreciate that. And hi to Esther Jane. I am maybe on chapter 2 or 3. I'm on chapter 2. That's where I'm at right now. My mom used to be part of a scrapbooking club when I was a kid, and she would take me along so I could scrapbook too. It was so much fun. Yeah, it is fun if you have somebody to scrapbook with on a regular basis. My friends Heather and Donna and I talk about it all the time. When my friend Shelly was alive, she would go with us as well. And Shelly lived down the street. So sometimes we would scrapbook together at her house. But Donna and Heather, we always talk about trying to get together the scrapbook, and we never make it happen. So that's why we're very excited about the possibility of other crops being close that we could go and scrapbook together, not just once a year in the summertime. I'm not sure if they're part of Fear Street. It would probably say it on the spine if it was. That's how mine are. And that would make a terrific Christmas present. Yes. I got to 20% in the Kitchen Front by Jennifer Ryan. Very good. Babysitter is part of the Point horror series, so it's a standalone. Oh, good. There are 3 Babysitter sequels. Okay, so that tells you right there, Liz. Cameron knows lots about Fear Street and R.L. Stun and Goosebumps. He's like the expert on all of that. Yeah, like I said, I've only read Silent Night. I have the second one, and then I read Double Date. Double Date, the guy, I think his name was Bobby the man. He drove me crazy. Travis finished dinner and now playing Final Fantasy. That sounds fun. I also got the novelization of Halloween 3 and The Thing. I saw that, which makes me very happy. Yeah, who wrote The Thing? Because, am I imagining this? Isn't The Thing part of like a trilogy of movies or something? Am I making that up? I might be making it up. But I thought The Thing, isn't it like kind of related to, John Carpenter did it. It's not like connected to In the Mouth of Madness or something crazy like that, huh? I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I'm making that up. But I think that's pretty cool. I know you like novelizations. Dinner's ready. I'll be back. Yay. You're home, ED. Woohoo. Now you get to relax. Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate it. It's inspired me to start scrapbooking again. I would love if I could do scrapbooking like with a group of people. Maybe we need to do a scrapbooking like night. We could do a scrapbooking night. We could come on and we could show each other our pages. I think that would be fun. Mosaic Moment sounds familiar, but it's nothing I have ever used. I'd have to show you. Show you some pages so you can kind of see. It's like you have special grid paper, like on here. You see how this is left blank? I mean, how this is right here. They're little squares. And what you do is the die fits on the grid. So like technically what I'm going to do is I'm going to get paper or something, and I'm going to cover those grid lines. So it just makes everything like spaced out really nice and neat. And they've got layering dies that go kind of like nest in the dies. But I'd have to show you like some of the other shapes. There's like all kinds of shapes you can make, and they look fantastic. And I subscribe to they did a subscription of getting these different dies, but I have not had a chance to fool with any of them with everything that went on, with my mom and everything. So that's what I'm hoping. They do have a YouTube channel. And they show you how to do things on the YouTube channel of how to use those dies. So that's one of my plans. And I'm terrible with that in journaling too. I know I wish I was better. I think when it's hard for me to journal is when, one, it's not anything I've experienced. So that's the problem with Andrew. So Andrew's album, I'll ask him about stuff and he'll kind of give me a little bit of information, like, how did you feel or whatever. But a lot of his album for Ireland, Wales, and it's going to be the same thing when I do his Germany trip, is like historical information. So I'm going to put historical information about Shakespeare and like when the Hathaways lived in that house. I think there were like 4 generations that lived in the house, kind of stuff. So that's what I do for his albums like that, because I wasn't there. Now, on the Sicily trip that we took, whenever I get to that album, I mean, I was there. So I wrote down notes and everything. And he did better on his Germany trip by writing notes. But it's hard when you're trying to live it to think to write anything down, because you think you're going to remember. I found this clear iridescent shimmer color and polish never stays on my nails long, so the clear hides the chipping. That's awesome. I like that. And Denise is liking her book so far. I'm coloring a color by number. When you finish, you should post or show us your progress, Kaylin, in Discord. That's the Nancy Drew I think we were talking about, the funny one. Yes, the one in the cult. When they go in the cave and everything. It's like such a weird cult. The things that they do. I mean, obviously, once you figure out at the end, but it is very strange. Very strange book. Oh, yay! You collect a Nancy Drew too. I have made some scrapbooks in the past, but they look horrible. Don't say that. My very first scrapbook I did, I just did whatever. I got a kit. Somebody gave me a kit for Christmas. I don't know if it was my sister or my mom. I can't remember. But they gave me a kit, and I just put my pictures. I made layouts with our house when we built our house. And like, I think there was a Christmas layout in there, but I would just stick stickers all over the pages and everything. Well, then one year, one of the scrapbook stores in Metairie, it doesn't even exist anymore, had something called Scrapbook U or Scrap U. It was like Scrapbooking University. And so my husband bought me the class. It was like a series of classes on a Saturday. And then Shelly's husband bought her the class, and we went together. I think it was for like a month on a Saturday, each Saturday. And we found out that was technically called a sticker sneeze, that when you just put stickers all over you out with no rhyme or reason. So we did learn a lot. Like, our scrapbooks got a little bit more professional looking, even though no one is going to see these albums but my children, my family. And they seem to enjoy them. They like to see what I come home and I'm really kind of surprised, because I have boys. You wouldn't think that they would be as interested, but I think they just like seeing what I create for them. But I've taken classes and stuff. And because of taking those classes and little workshops at the scrapbook stores, you learn little tricks and stuff. Now they got YouTube. Back in the day, they didn't have they didn't have the YouTube channels like they do today with crafting and everything. So, bye. It was nice seeing you and meeting you, Coffee. Hopefully, I will see you again soon, and I will be checking out your channel. I was working in story ideas with my daughter. We're both writing stories. Excellent. Also hopping off to take care of dinner. Thanks for hosting. Hope everyone has a great night. Bye. I'm so glad you came. We had 3 new people pop in today. The Yellow Nancy Drew books are usually called the glossy flashlight editions. Okay. Yes, they are the flashlight editions. I see the flashlight. Yes, and Kaylin is saying Cameron beat me on that answer. Yes, because he is an expert on Nancy Drew as well. And are you doing the coloring online? Anne wants to know, Kaylin. I'll have to rewatch From Ad Libs Later, heading off to see 28 Years Later with a friend. Very excited. I'm jealous. I am so jealous. I wanted my husband and I to go see 28 Years Later on Sunday, but he might have to leave to go out of town Sunday. So I'm sad because I want to watch with him. I sold my copy of Halloween 2 to Mike since it was his Like White Whale book. Oh. And hello, Andy. How are you? Planning to read Starsight tonight. Excellent. Nice to see you, Andy. And the story that the thing is based on is called Who Goes There by John W. Campbell. Oh. But wasn't there something with it? Andrew, help me out. Don't let me flounder. No, and just a regular old school coloring book. And so the original book, The Thing, is based on an old sci-fi story called Who Goes There by John Campbell, but the 80s novelization is written by Alan Dean Foster. Okay, but what about the movies? I do get to relax. It's all outside. I know. Let's do a virtual crowd night. Yes, wouldn't that be fun? That would be fun. As long as y'all are okay with like being on camera so we can see. I want to see. And we could even do it off, like it doesn't have to be live. There's an unofficial trilogy by Carpenter called, so The Thing, Prince of Darkness, and In the Mouth of Madness are connected thematically, but not in their plots. Thank you. I was not losing my mind. Okay. Yes, because when I saw the In the Mouth of Madness, I vaguely remember you saying Prince of Darkness reminds me. And Prince of Darkness is the one that Alice Cooper is in, right? I've seen Prince of Darkness, but it's been a long time. But I'm pretty sure that's the one with Alice Cooper. And I just recently saw In the Mouth of Madness for Old School April. I was making candles with somebody, but we kept having issues with the smell. But we might do a class for $25 somewhere to get everything we need to know what to do. That would sound like a good class. Yes, Kaylin, a nature cult. The online ones are addictive. I'm talking about your coloring. And dinner is done. It was delicious. It sounded good. Each of my 3 kids' senior years, I made them a scrapbook of their life. They're 3 years apart. I recommend doing it all along, but live. Oh, wait. I recommend doing it all along. Oh, all of us along, but live and learn. Oh, I mean, if we could figure out how to do it, I don't know how I would do that. I don't know. I don't have like this camera setup kind of thing. I would just be showing you a page. I love Redgate Farm. I thought having the cult in the story is very creative and quirky. Yes, I agree. Annie. But it was just funny because Kaylin and I were cracking up because of it being a nature cult. It's just like so off the wall. Like, I mean, and I recently found out, and it was Cameron, I believe, that told me that Nancy Drew Carolyn Keene is not a real person. It's a lot of people. And so now that I know that, I'm kind of like seeing that there are some differences. Like Nancy is pretty much written the same way, but sometimes some of the things that happen to Nancy are a little bit grittier than other times. So it's sort of like whoever is writing those books, I wonder if you could find out which writers, if it was the same writers for the same books, because I am noticing that there's a difference. So I could just imagine all these writers together being like, let's have Nancy go on a farm, and next to the farm is a nature cult. Like being in a writer's room for a TV series. I found a diamond painting app on the phone that I've been doing. That sounds fun, Robin. They had people diamond painting at the scrapbook convention too. And what else were they doing? They had a person doing cards. Somebody was doing some kind of like, not crocheting, maybe it was knitting. But people do all kinds of stuff at the event. It's not just scrapbooking. And looked up that Mosaic Moments, and those are cool. Yeah, they are. It just takes you a little while to figure out, like when you use your die cut machine, mine's a crank, so I have to crank it. The pressure between the plates when it goes through, you don't want it to press so much that it makes an indentation in your pictures or your cardstock. So I had to figure that out because I forgot how I had sandwiched my die cut in there. But I know that this doesn't make any sense to anyone that has not ever seen it. But Yeah, so I'm glad. I'm glad I'm not like, I mean, I'm glad that I'm not making it up in my brain. Or we could do something on your Discord and we show the progress we do within an hour. We could. We'll have to figure that out. I'll have to think of how we can do that because that would be kind of fun to do. And Alice Cooper is in that one. Yes. I remember. I love Alice Cooper. I used to be scared of Alice Cooper, but now I love him. There are three main writers of the books, and you can see the difference. And I think you can find out which writers wrote those books. Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious because I'm going to tell you the secret of the old clock was just so like vanilla compared to like, I mean, she does get in some jams. I think she gets locked in the closet in that one. But like some of the other ones, I'm trying to think which one. It might be the Mystery at Lilac Inn. Somebody shoots a harpoon gun at her, like a harpoon from a harpoon gun. Like she almost dies like 4 times in that book. It's just crazy. And I'm like, what are they trying to do? It's almost like they couldn't decide how are we going to kill Nancy in this book, which I knew she wouldn't die because obviously that was number 4. But I'm like, and how I didn't think anything was wrong with that as a kid. Poor Nancy Drew is in danger. Nancy Drew is like the James Patterson books for middle grade in the 30s, a group of writers. And I have convinced our daughter to keep a journal with the titles of the books she's reading. I wish I had done that. I know. That would have been awesome to do that, really. And I did get some stickers. I don't know how many of y'all are participating in Summerween, but this is the second time I've participated in a couple of Gabby Reads and stuff, but I've only ordered stickers twice. I think I did Winterween just because I was like, you know what, they're cute. And if I ever journal, do a book journal, I would do it. But the stickers are really cute. So, and they're, I mean, I don't know. I could put them on all kinds of little things. Aren't they cute? Like, look at this one. It's in a little spaceship. I like it. Got all kinds. But I'm like, I can make a scrapbook page. Even if I do just a scrapbook page in my, just in an album, those would be cute to have in there. And I could pop them. I could use pop dots and pop them so they look like they're 3D. My sticker is getting stuck in here. But yeah, but look how cute they are. It's like Roswell. I didn't get that for my t-shirt. I did get a t-shirt. I got it a while back, but these just came in the mail today. Aren't they cute? I love them. I love them. So I don't know. I might do something, a scrapbook page with them. There's my t-shirt. Let me show you my t-shirt. I'm sorry, Bailey. I put just step on you. The t-shirt is very cute. I have gotten a t-shirt the last couple of times, but how cute it is. I did get the one with the little UFO because I love that. I'm in love. Oh, and X-Files, guys. X-Files is coming out with a Lego set. Kelly posted that on Instagram and showed us that they have a Lego set. And I have to start saving my money because I told them it would cost $1 million. Legos are expensive. But I'm so excited about that. I may have to check out the Nancy Drew book. Sounds exciting. I love Nancy Drew. You can't go wrong with Nancy Drew. Aren't they cute? Precious. Yes, that's Gabby's sister does them. Rachel. Yay. I'll write down the book. I write down. Oh, yeah, you read each month. I keep track, but I also keep track on Goodreads too. Start now. To Anne. Start now. I have Nancy Drew info. You can see who wrote the books and also which authors did the rewrites in the 50s and 60s. But the OG ghostwriter was Mildred Wirt Benson. She did the first 30 odd books. Ah, okay. Did you by any chance read the nonfiction book about that, Cameron? Because I know there's a nonfiction book about the Nancy Drew writers. I used to have a friend who did Creative Memories, and we would go to parties together. I still have a bunch of stuff, but haven't touched it since I moved to Colorado. Well, the Creative Memories is what my son Andrew's album is. You have to be very deliberate in how you do that kind of an album. Thank you. They are cute. I started writing the books I was reading later in life. My daughter started at the same time as a teen. Cool. And she was amazing. And Ghost wrote tons of books and authored her own as well. My vacation this weekend is to visit her hometown. That is amazing. I know you're going to take lots of pictures, right? She was a fellow Ohioan. Yay. And I hate that they did rewrites. Well, you know who else did rewrite? Well, she rewrote her own, and that was Lois Duncan, to make the books a little more modern, which makes me sad because I didn't keep my Lois Duncan books. I didn't have a lot of them, but I had one or two, and I didn't keep them. So when I bought this like omnibus, they were like updated. Now I do have some. I did find some other Lois Duncan books at the Friends of the Library store, so I need to see if they've been updated as well. I've seen people have those little mini books and Christmas ornaments. I always wondered how they did that. Yeah, those are pretty cool. Yeah, you can buy the little mini books too. Like they have these like mini balls that have many things in it, not just books, but like food and stuff. Okay, so let's read our story. And then we're going to go on our sprint because I have been talking too much. So let me read our story called it's just called Amusement Parks. So Travis, if you're still listening, and if not, I can always send it to you if you want to do sprint art. So here we go. An amusement park is always fun to visit on a hot summer sock. When you get there, you can wear your jacket and go for a swim. And there are lots of depressed things to eat. You can start off with a stereoscopic dog on a telephone with mustard, relish, and hot air balloons on it. Then you can have a buttered ear of rubber duck with a nice big slice of rotisserie chicken and a big bottle of cold vodka. When you are full, it's time to go on the roller coaster, which should settle your toe. Other amusement park rides are the bumper cars, which have little guns that you drive and run into other Lederhosens, and the merry-go-round, where you can sit on a big owl and try to grab the gold go-go boots as you ride past it. So that is an amusement park with some odd things. I'm here. Just send it to me. A jacket so you can swim. Yes, that would be terrible. I would not like that at all. Can you imagine trying to get out of the jacket as the wetness is clinging to you? I would hate it. Driving little guns. A stereoscopic dog on a telephone. Yes, and you're going to eat it. You're going to eat that. Yes, the Lederhosen. You can run into other Lederhosens. Can you imagine that? It's a little bumper car made like that. How do you drive a little car? Sounds like a chaotic time. It does. A roller coaster will not settle my stomach. No, but it will settle your toe. I've read a couple of different nonfiction books about Nancy Drew and have even more on my reading list. Yeah, but there's one in particular. I have it written down and I want to find it because it does go into all the things about the authors. And we'll never be bored there. That's right. It's amazing. The merry-go-round sounds fun. And I'm going to get off. I will watch it later on. Bye, Robin. I appreciate you being here. Have a good evening. And hope you get a lot of rest tonight. And that your day, the rest of your week ahead is going to be wonderful until you get to the weekend. I'll be dipping out when we go on sprints. Thanks so much for sprints as always. Thank you, Andrew, for being here. I will see you soon. I guess we'll do another 45 minutes. And I'll send that to Travis. Let's see. There we go. Okie dokie. Happy sprinting, everyone. Oh, Eleanor says heading out. Thank you. Bye, Eleanor. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. and time to finally make dinner this sprint. Well, I hope you get to make something quickly and it doesn't take, it's too time consuming and it's tasty. See y'all soon. Okay, welcome back. How did everybody do during that sprint? I did chores, so I had to wash dishes. I took out trash after I scooped Nanny's litter box and took the dogs out and read another chapter in Desert Heat. So I am on chapter 3, and I just updated something I wanted to say about Joanna in the Discord about what happened in chapter 3. So that is what I got up to during that time. So let's see. Stina had to head out for her book club, and hopefully she'll see me tomorrow, if not sooner. I hope so. I hope she can make it to our meeting. And then Ann said, a friend and I drove up to the Blue Ridge Parkway and the Skyline Drive. Now I have pictures of all the overlooks, but I have no clue what they are. Well, if you can take your pictures and then just kind of Google the different information, you might be able to find it. I'm surprised at how much I'm able to find some of the things that Andrew saw when he was in Europe. I just keep trying to figure out and look at things that are around it. I had his itinerary, but his itinerary didn't have every little stop they made. So that's one way of doing it. Hello, SD. Made friends with the like button. Thank you. I appreciate that. And don't know if my PC will hold up, but I'll stick around for a bit. Well, welcome, welcome. Love having you here. Amber said dinner made some rice and beans with seasoned shrimp and sriracha. Very nice. A little spice with that sriracha, huh? And Travis says, okay, sprint art is up. So I will look at that. And then working on the author writer conference admin. Very good. Very, very good. And trophy. Do I get a trophy? Or is it the trophy because of sprint art being up? Okay, so for those of you that have not ever been here for sprint art, so let's see what Travis came up with. Our sprint art reflects our Mad Libs. Sometimes it has to do with silly things that come up. Sometimes we scramble words. So Travis said, hello, Wednesday peeps, time for sprint art. We had some interesting things tonight, to say the least. So let's do our normal team to what the scale. Rotisserie chicken with a cold bottle of vodka sounds nice. Okay, so that is the vodka and the rotisserie chicken. Doesn't look too bad. And then that's the other. So that's pretty good. Pretty good. I don't know how that combination of vodka with your rotisserie chicken would taste, and it's straight vodka. I don't mind if vodka is mixed with something to make one of those fancy little drinks I like to have from time to time. I don't know if I could just drink straight vodka. And forgot to hide them out of practice. Here we have a nice hot summer sock. Must be summer somewhere cold because Alabama summer socks are not that clean. So there's the first sock. That is hilarious. And there's just the pink sock. I love how it's able to stand up on its own, like without a foot being in it. Unless it's like a mannequin. I like that one. I like the colors. And then this one. That one's hilarious. It's got a little extra room in the toe. Oh my gosh. So Mindy says, I read 2 chapters of Spark of the Everflame and started dinner, curry rice, and is it bobia? A bobia fish? I've never heard of that kind of fish. It sounds good. And then my sister called and I read 18 pages on page 42. Excellent. I hope y'all had a great conversation. And ED only filmed a video. What are you talking about? You only filmed a video. That's huge. And Amanda read 2 chapters and made hamburger helper for dinner. I haven't had hamburger helper in a million years. And Amber said a whole chicken and a whole bottle of vodka, the dinner of champions. I know. Delicious. And never seen a stuffed rotisserie. I have not either. I prefer gay vodka myself. Oh, really? Hello, Christy. Just joined in via my TV during the last sprint. We'll try to chat via my phone during the chats, but battery may not last. Trying to finish reading Home is Where the Bodies Are. Nice. Well, welcome, welcome. 5 chapters into Star Sight. Good progress. I know. Ooh, too hot for socks here. Yes, I agree. And it is one of those creepy mannequin feet in it. And just didn't get anything else done. Yeah, well, that's fair. But I mean, filming a video is huge, though, I think. Okay, these people swimming in jackets also must be from a cold climate. Yeah, I would not like that. Just the fact of having to take it off and like your jacket being stuck to you. Maybe he's in Antarctica. Well, he's not in Antarctica. I don't see any ice, but yeah. Ridiculous. It almost looks like his reflection does not match the guy standing up in the water. I don't know if it's just the light. That's fine. And don't forget to grab a nice butter ear of rubber duck, and you can eat it suggestively like our model Tina has demonstrated. This rubber duck is because of Mindy. Mindy's the one that came up with the rubber duck. But you know how you have those little corn skewers? Well, maybe the rubber duck is like the corn skewer. Oh my gosh. This is like a rubber duck. I can't even say. It's like 2 rubber ducks together, except 2 quackers. Oh my gosh. And look at the butter. Oh, yes. There's our model. It would be funny if the duck itself was made out of like butter. That would be hilarious. Oh. And Edie's like, gay vodka, rolling eyes. The feeling of a heavy, wet jacket like that sounds awful. It does. It just, and then, you know how when you're like, have your clothes are wet on your body like that, like it's hard to peel them off. It's just, it's a gross feeling. No straight vodka here. It's Pride Month. Okay, I get it. But bump. I'm a little late to the party. And the jackets would be so heavy and understandable to Travis. Double billed. Good. And I too eat corn vertically. The duck got skewered. And I finally finished listening to And of the Whitney Poplars. How? I'm so excited. How did you like it? It was one of my favorite ones. I love all the Anne books that I've read so far. I think Wendy Poplars was the last one that I read. If I'm not mistaken, that's book 4, correct, Teresa? If that's book 4, that's the last one that I read. I need to read the next one. I always read my Anne of the Green Gables books in November for the Moore Montgomery Challenge. So then, I guess when you have depressed food, you stick candles in random things and grow extra appendages. ED, he's being bad about eating the corn vertically. The model showed you. Like, this is what the model was showing. But he's being bad. ED. You know how Travis is. He's naughty. Okay, so this is our depressed food, but it's not so much that the food is depressed. It's the people are depressed eating the food. I don't understand why they have to have a candle. I could see if the food didn't look good. So this is just like depressed people eating food. At first I thought that was a finger. Is that a hand or finger on top of the hamburger? If so, that's disturbing to me. Okay, now this one's just weird. Maybe it was a hand on the hamburger. No. I don't like these. No, I definitely didn't like the third one. That was creepy. That is where, like, poor ED is going to be traumatized by that. Oh, golly. Sorry to interrupt your Mad Libs. Yes, number 4. No, you're not interrupting. Not at all. It wasn't my favorite, but I give it a 3.5. Gotcha. Some people didn't like it because of the letter writing and that Gilbert wasn't in the book per se. But I kind of liked seeing how Anne was able to go out into another community and how she interacted with everybody. She truly does have a good, she's so good natured, and how she was trying to be helpful with some of the people in, that area. I love that the depressed food is mostly fries. I know. So crazy. It kind of looks like a hand. A hand burger. Ugh. Sometimes a third hand could come in handy. I love it. Third hand can come in handy. But okay, can't forget America's favorite ride, the gun bumper cars. That is so bizarre. But, it could be kind of like a water guns. I'm trying to think. I think there was a ride that we went on at Universal where you had water guns where you could shoot things from your car. I know in the Men in Black, you had like laser, like gun things on your cart that you were in. It was like pew pew, like kind of like that, kind of lasers. NAD said I wasn't even trying. I think it would have been better to hear from her fiance. Yeah, yeah, and I think that was probably one of the criticisms about that. First, that he was kind of missing in action, and then because we didn't hear anything from him per se. That probably would have been better. Yeah. I just love Aunt Shirley as a character. She's one of my favorites. And I don't know about you, Teresa, if this is your first time reading Anne of Green Gables or you're rereading it, but I never read Anne of Green Gables as a kid. I've just discovered the whole series, like in Anne of Green Gables, within the last couple of years. It was a book club choice. So be careful, though. You may bump into some lederhosens while riding them. That's for Kaylin. Kaylin's the one that talked about the lederhosens. Now that is funny. That was hilarious. He's having a good time. Oh, funny. All of them are like screaming, like very excited. So I guess if you wear the lederhosen, does it make you happy and cheerful, perhaps? So ever wonder how a roller coaster could settle your toes? Yeah, neither have I, and don't ever care to see again. Yes, pure joy. So this is my first time, and I will continue and finish. I grew up with Little House on the Prairie books, and they are still my favorites. I did too, Teresa. Little House on the Prairie is what I read when I was younger. But I'm going to continue also. I don't know why. I just wait until more Montgomery comes around, and then that's when I do them. But I also want to read. I read, I don't know if you read any of Ellen Montgomery's other books. I read Jane of Lantern Hill, and that one was a very good one. And the Emma book, Emma of Blue Moon, I think it was. Emily of Blue Moon. But it was like an abridged version. I have to find the full unabridged version. Okay, so yeah, this is horrific. This is horrific. Edie, I think you'll be on the same page as me. That would be terrible. Settle your toe. That's for Mindy. Mindy came up with that. Oh, no. No. It looks like the person's toe got jammed on the ride, and it looks like they need to clean their toenail. Look at that. They got some junk on their toenail, under their toenail. Now, that's terrible. Terrible. Why is there a little boy? Oh, no, that is awful. Look at that one. That's terrible. I don't like that. Okay, is this a hand foot? It looks like a hand foot. Like where your hand's supposed to be, it's a foot. Those are disturbing. Burn it. Nightmare fuel. Next two, I'm just copy and pasting from Mad Libs because I have no words. Riding on an owl on a merry-go-round trying to grab golden socks. Okay. Oh, it's not golden socks. It's go-go boots. You must have meant go-go boots because you have, oh no, you have golden socks. Okay. Well, either way. Someone left their body on the track. Yes. I should post those on WikiFeet. Okay, these are cute though. Look how cute that is. I think that's cute. And he's waving. Look how cute. I love it. I'm fine with these. These are precious. I love this one is side saddle. The horse has a really mean look on its face, but otherwise, and I love the clothes. They have some cute clothes. Oh my gosh. Look at all the socks, the golden socks. That looks like Cocoa Puffs. That's what that looks like. Now this little guy looks scared on his owl. So he's like on the actual merry-go-round, the owl merry-go-round. Yeah, I meant go-go boots, but it just gave socks. That's fine. Very cute. I think so too. The palate cleanser we needed. Yes, I agree. And no, the go-go boots got. Okay, so stereoscopic dog on a telephone with mustard relish and hot balloons on it. There are no words. Okay, first of all, this little puppy is so cute. So cute. Precious. I love the combination. Oh my. Oh my goodness. Now that you could actually eat that hot dog, but I don't know. The little balloons, I don't know what they're held by. That looks like bratwurst or something. Oh no. No. That's terrible. Poor puppy dog. He looks like, oh my gosh, poor thing. It's almost like it's a collar. Like a Shakespearean collar. You know how Shakespeare has the like ruffle collar. Oh my goodness. Those are crazy. Okay. Those were pretty kooky. Kind of hard though, because it didn't warrant like a good combination. And Carmen is here, just got home and thought I'd hop on. Welcome. I made it to chapter 3, Carmen, of our book. And I know. I now need a phone that is hot dog shaped in my life. Oh my gosh. Not too traumatic, but I do think the guy on the track, that the body got left on the track was a little, and then the hands, the person that had the depressed food with the fingers, the hands, the 3, I didn't like that. It looked creepy. Yeah, AI was like, look, I don't know what to do. Oh. Okay, so are we ready to go on another sprint? It is 7:46. So if we do another 45, that'll put us at 8:30. So I'm thinking that this might be our last sprint, because then we can come back and chat for a few minutes, and then I can do a couple of things that I need to do before I go take my shower. So does that sound like a good plan to y'all if we do another sprint? How does that sound to y'all? And Alicia says, sound good to me. Okay, that was Alicia's. I'm sorry. Every time I go up to get Edie's message, not too traumatic, but I've missed sprint art. Yes, well, we didn't have it last week because I was out of town. And the week before, I don't think we had it because Travis had surgery. So yeah, this is the first time we've had sprint art in a couple of weeks. That's why Travis was saying he was out of practice. And fingers crossed, I should be able to finish my book this sprint. I hope so. Sounds good. Sounds good. I was putting the kiddos to bed, so I missed this chatty bit. We showed sprint art, Alicia, so you can always check Discord. And Christy says thumbs up for that. Okay, sounds good. So let's go ahead and get our timer started. So happy sprinting. Hello, we are back. How did everybody do? I trying to think what I did. I answered questions on Discord about desert heat and was going to try to read some more of this or listen to it, but the Wi-Fi is not acting great and I can't pull up the Libby. So I was going to listen to it. I ended up starting The Art of the Swap, and I read the first 2 chapters. This is a dual timeline. It's going to be between Hannah, who lives in the present day, and Maggie, who lives in the past. So getting to know the girls in both of these chapters. The first chapter is about Hannah in present day, and she kind of talks to us about how her father is like the caretaker of this museum. And she's living life. She doesn't really like the docents at the museum because one of them in particular does not get his history right. And so she just got herself in trouble because she corrected him. And so, he kind of threatened her by saying, I'm going to talk to the board and your dad might be without a job. So then we go to Maggie. And Maggie's situation is, she's got to be hovered over. She has money and she's supposed to just have all the conveniences, but she would just like to be able to do things by herself without having people hovering around her all the time. So anyway, got a little bit of history about Maggie's life, and Hannah knows what Maggie looks like. So I think that's going to be pretty interesting, when they make the swap. So that's what happened with me. That's all I did. How did y'all do? Let me know what y'all got up to, if y'all got finished. Any of the things that you were doing. I will say Kaylin must have just looked at the sprint art because she was saying, heck yeah, lederhosens, and wearing lederhosen makes you German. And then she saw the roller toaster instead of the roller coaster. That was a good one, I have to admit. And Esther Jane headed off to bed, and she was letting me know that she got through chapter 5 in the Joanna Brady book. And I know she's gone by now, but goodbye, Esther Jane. Hopefully I will see you again soon. She did better than me. I'm going to listen. Hopefully if I can get this up, I can listen while I'm, getting my admin stuff together and then getting ready to go to bed. So I'll get to my chapters that I need to, for sure. And then Sarah came in. I'm reading all the missing pieces. I'm halfway through. Was hoping to finish it tonight, but not sure if I'll be able to. Sarah got a new kitten today and named him Dresden after her favorite book series, which is the Dresden Files. And that's where she was saying she loves the series and was happy to name her cat after him. Her oldest cat is Noodles and her girl cat is Jasmine. She didn't name them, so it was nice to get to pick a name. And I told her I agreed with that because we've had that. I had 2 cats named Mindy and Minky that we got, people couldn't take care of them anymore, so we got them. So when I was able to get my cat Ming, I named her Ming. And I named her actually after my friend Maria. Ming is Maria's nickname that her niece gave her because she couldn't say Maria. So yeah, and we didn't get to name Bailey. Bailey came as Bailey. So it is nice when you can name your fur babies. And then Travis said, I'm working on my big Goodreads clean out and fighting to stay awake. My eyes are so heavy, but I want to make it till 9. And I was telling him I'm just as sleepy myself because Bailey woke me up at 4:45 and I'm tired. It's hard getting up that early and then just going. And that's early, he's saying. My meds and then all the anxiety and stress and mental toll is just catching up. Gotcha. So Christy read 2 chapters. Very good, Christy. And Amber didn't finish her book, but super close to definitely finishing tonight. Gold star. And Sarah made it to 61% of all the pieces. Very good. ED read some of Dark Shadows Resurrected. Nice. Denise read 26 more pages on page 68. Still really good. I'm glad you're still enjoying it. Mindy finished dinner and ate it, then checked Facebook for the first time in a month. Wow. And no reading, but cleaned up the kitchen and did the dishes, put a few things away in the library. Excellent. Tina just read a couple of pages, has a couple of pages left in Yumi, the Nightmare Painter. I think Bailey might want to go out. I don't know what she's barking at. So I may have to go run and do that real quick. Denise said going to finish the chapter she's on, then watch 11/22/63. I'm on episode 4. Veers off from the book, but still really good so far. Thanks for the sprint. You're welcome. I actually enjoyed the miniseries for 11/22/63. I know not everybody did, but I enjoyed the book and I enjoyed the series as well. So good night, Denise. Is the cat's full name Harry Blackstone Copperfield Dresden? And that's for Sarah. Sarah, you'll have to let us know. I'm reading on Kindle Unlimited. I'm trying to read all the Frida McFadden books on there, but reading a different book in between each one. I'm having fun with it and reading them quickly. Let me go see if I need to let her out. Be right back. Sorry about that. My husband's not home and my son is sleeping, so that's what I have to do. I'm going to read my first Frida McFadden book in July. I'm with you, Mindy. I have all my socials locked and finished my chapters for today in Desert Heat. Very good. And I read your comment in Discord. And thank you, Alicia, for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you, Christy. I'm glad you were here. Have a good night, everyone. Take care and have a good rest of your week. Same to you, Alicia. And just Dresden so far, but that's a great idea. Yeah, that would be pretty funny if you did the whole entire name. So I just want to mention to everyone just a couple of things of what's going on with my channel. Tomorrow, I don't know why I'm hitting that. I'm trying to hit. This is what happens when I'm trying to talk at the same time that I'm trying to stop doing things. I want to just announce that tomorrow Alex and I are having a discussion on Chain Gang All-Stars. This was our May-June book club pick for the Bookworm Club. It will be 5 o'clock Pacific time, 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern. So everybody's welcome to join in the discussion if you read the book or if you just want to hear our thoughts on it. So that is tomorrow, Thursday. And on Saturday, I will be back to doing Saturday Morning Momentum. It starts at 8 a.m. We'll have our power hour a few minutes after we jump on and just state what our intentions are. So if anybody wants to get some productivity in, working on goals for the year or whatever, please join us on Saturday. That'll be from 8 to 10 on my channel. So 8 to 10 Central Time. So anyway, I just want to let y'all know. And then, of course, I'll be back next Wednesday for our sprints, our regular Wednesday sprints. So that's all I have to report on that. So thank you so much, Tina, for being here. I appreciate you. And thank you, Travis, not only for being here, but also for doing our sprint art. And we are so happy that we were able to lighten your mood some. We love you, Travis. We love you. A big hug. And hopefully you'll feel much better tomorrow. And hopefully you'll get all this situated. Everything will even out with your meds. And then you'll, not feel so down in the dumps. And Mindy said I got most of it read, but then library holds came in. Gotcha. And thank you so much, Teresa. I'm so glad you were able to finish your Anne book. And I hope you enjoy the next one in the series. Thank you, Amber, for being here. Get that book finished tonight. Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate you being here. And congratulations again on your little kitten, Dresden. And thank you, Mindy. I appreciate you being here. Bye, Dee. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your week. And yeah, we got to all give positive vibes, send them to Travis. We got to send all those positive vibes to Travis. So until next time, I will see y'all later. Y'all stay amazing because y'all are truly amazing people. And have adventures, but just be safe in your adventures. And I will see you soon. Bye.